some one draft, 9 in one draft. I saw your video the other day on Facebook. You got a bunch of cattle turned out. He's feeding? Is that your son? Is that your son did? Yeah. Your son's truck's nicer than yours. That's the way it goes, isn't it? Yeah. He's single. He's single. So if I get divorced, I can get me a new truck? Yeah. I saw his video. It is chilly.
Uh-oh, John. Good way to start.
50 cents a pound. 55, 55, you get 5, 5, 60, 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 90, 95, and 95 a dollar bill, going to be 105, going to be 110, going to be 110, going to be 120, going to be 130, 140, a dollar 50, a dollar 60, 150, 160, there's 70, 170, there what's so popular about these, 170, 170, there 170, so 160, Terry, 7. Yeah, 160
By the head.
by the head. Dollar.
I don't know much, John, but she looks fresh.
Dollar 5. And $100 here. Good to be 105. Good to get 5. 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 105 and 10. Good to be 110. Good to get 15. Good to be 15, 20. And 20 by 20 and 5 here. 125 and 30. Good to get 30. Good to be 30. Good to get 30. Good to be 30 and 30 and 5. And 35 and 5 here. Good to be 5 here. Good to be 135. Good to get 35 here. Good to be 35. 35 here. Sold 130. Burns.
I got an order for come across a big bull like that and go to a high fence.
Huh? If you want to step in, come on.
Really? Better get on to him.
You say you got a bull order to buy a bull like that?
Yeah. For about 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was big and exotic. Sent it up there north of the high fence.
125, and 125, and 25, 25, 25, 750, and 20, 75, gonna be 30, gonna be 2.5, gonna be 2.5, you get 5 here, 35, 37, 37, 50, and 30, 75, gonna be 37, and 40, another 40, gonna be 2.5, gonna get 2.5, you get 5, and 45 here, so 142.5, Booker 11. Older cows are 8 and 7 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 2,100, 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2,100, and 2,100, 100, here, going to be 1,500, 15 and a half. 15 and a half, 16, and 16 and a half, here's 17, 17, 1700, and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 18, here, 18 and a half, here, 1850, and 19, and 19, bit of 19, bit of 19, bit of 19 and a half, and a half, and a half, here, 2, and 2,000, bit of 2,000, bit of 2,050, and 2050 and a half, here, half, here, so about 2,000. What's the name? Lewis on number 1, Lewis 1. 6 and 7 years old. They're 5 months bred. 2,000. 2,100 and 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, and 22, and 22, and 22, 3, and 22, 3, and 22, 3, and 4, and 24, 24, and 5 here, 25, 2,600, and 25, 6, 7, and 27, going to be 27, 27, 27, now 7, and 27, 800, and 27, going to be 2,800, and 9, and 9, bit of 9, 29, now 3, and 3,000, 3,000, going to be 25, 3,000, 3,000, and Terry, 2,900 on 6.
Wild over there.
6, 7 years old or 7 months bred. 2,000. 21 and 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 2, and 22, 22, and 3, and 3, 4, 5, and 600, and 6, 7, and 7, 27, going to be 28, 28, and 9, and 9, 3, and 3,000, 3,001, and 3,100, 2, 31, 2, 31, 2, 31, 2, 31, 2, 2, 3, and 33, 34, and 34, 34, 33, and 400, 34, 33, 4, and 3,300, 4, 33, 34 here, Chris, 3,300 on 3. $52 and a half, and 50, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57, 57, about 60, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, going to be 2 and 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 67 and a half here, 70, and half 70, 2 and a half, and 72 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70, 2 and a half, 2 and a half here, Booker, 170. Yeah. Did I miss you, Rob? Say it again. Older cows, 5 and 6 months bred. I would say, yeah. 2,000. 2,100 and 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, not 2, and 21, 2, and 22, 22, 22, 22, 22, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, 250, and 22 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 3, and 23, 23 and a half, 23 and a half, 23 and a half, 23, 50, and 20, 3 and a half, going to be 23 and a half here, 23 and a half here, so about 2,300, Coy, 100. 5 months bred. Older cows are 5 months bred. Weigh 'em, 135. 5 and 7 months, 130. 135 and 35. You get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. You get 35. You get 35 and 40. You get 45. You get 45. You get 50 and 55 and 55 here. 55, 55, 55, 55, 60 and 5, 65, 70, 175, 80, 180, 180, 85, 85 here. 85 here. 85, 90, 190, 85 and 90 here. Going to be 190. You get 90. Going to be 185 and 90. Going to be 90. You get 90. 85, 90 sold. 185. Chris, 16.
The 5x6.
4 and 5 years old, they're 6 and 7 months red. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 100, 3, 5, 7, and 27 and 9, 29, 29, 31, 31, 33, and 33, 133, 35, 35, 35, 33, 5, and 34, 5, and 3,500, 5 here, 5 here, chicken 5, and 30, 500, 5 here, so 3,400, Chris 3. Yeah, better than 500 or 1,000 where I've been all weekend. That's slow. I got it slower back. We're back. 135 and 35. You go 35, 35, 35, 37 man, 37 man, 37 hand, 37, 50, and 30, 7 hand, good to be 40, 42 hand, good to be 2 hand, you get 5, and 45, 47 hand, 47 hand, 50, and hand 52 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 hand, 57 hand, 57 hand, 57, 50, and 60, and hand 60, you get 60, you get 60, you get 67 hand, 60, and 7 hand, good to be 60, here, Chris, 157 and a half, 20. White faces. Older cow, 6, 7 months bred, guys. Some of you guys that are in here on Tuesday see some of these 4 and 5 week, 6 week calves bring us more than these bred cows. You might want to look in here as opportunity. 2,000, 2,100, and 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 22, 3, and 23, 4, and 24, 5, and 25, 50, and 25, about 600, and 25, going to be 6.5, and 26.5 here, half here, going to be 26, 50, and 26.5 here, half here, half here, 26.5, and 26.5 here, half here, good, and 26.5 here, Coy, 2,600 on number 100. Jacob Price is a little deal. 3 to 5 years old. $2. 210.20 and 210.20. We get 210.20. We get 210.20. We get 210.20 and $2 and $2 a pound. 205 and 205. We get 5 and 10. Go to 210, 10 to 15 and 15, 20, 225 and 25 and 30. We get 30. We get 30. 230 and 25 and 30. We get 30. Bit of a 30. Go to 30. Bit of a 30. 230 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 40 and 240. We get 40. We get 40. 240 and 35 and 40. We get 40. We get 40. 235. 40. We get 40. Bit 40. 30. We get 40. Sold. 235. Chris. 3X.
plus, 2, 6, and 7 months.
1 plus, and they're 2 years old, and they're 6, and they're 7 months bred. 2100, 21, and 2100. 2100 down one. 1 here, up 1, and 21 2, and 2 3, and 3 4 here, 5 here, 600, and 25 6 7, and 7 7 7 7 7 7, 26 7, and 7 7 7 7 7, going to be 26 7, and 27 2700 here, 6 7 7 7 7 here, so about 2600. Chris 11.
Yes. Yep, that'll be fine.
Male. They're 7 months bred. They're young. They're 7 months bred. 2000. 2100. Yeah, 2100. 2100. 1 2. 1 2. 3 4 5 and 25 and 2600 and 25 2600. 25 600. 5 going to be 6 and 2600. 5 6 here. Christopher 2500 on 3 11.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to bill them in for the different employees. Yes, sir. Thank you.
I couldn't get into it. Darcy could. I couldn't. That's what she said. She said, you quit about the time it got really good. 125 and 25. You give out 25, 27, 50 and 27 of hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 30. You get 30 and 2 and a hand. Could be 2 and a hand, 5, 37, 50 hand, 40 hand, 42 and a hand. You get 2 and a half, 5 and 45, 47 of hand, 47, 50 and 40. You get 7 and a hand, 7 and a hand, 7 and 50. Another 52 and a hand. You get 2 and a hand, bit of 2 and a hand. Could be 2 and a get started. 250 and 2 and a half. You get 2 and a hand, bit of 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half here. Booker 150 on 11. Four by 4 and a 5 by 5. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 100, 21, 21, and 21, 2, and 22, 3, and 4, and 5, and 25, and 2,500, 5 here, 600, 25, 6, 7, and 6, 7, and 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 7 here, and 27, 800, and 28, and 9, and 3, and 31, and 31, 31, 2, 1, 2, 3, we get 30, 3, we get 34, you get 5, and 35, 3,600, and 37, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, 37, and 3,700 about 37 to go. Oh, Sodom 3,600. Chris 3, 3,600. There was another show she was telling me about, and I was like, something about watching people on vacation or something like that. I mean, I'll be playing it right.
Hello.
4 and 5 year olds. They're open. $1.50. 155 and 55. You give 55, 55, 55, 55, $1.55 and 55 here, 5 here, 5 here, now 5 and 55, 60 and 55, 65 and 65, 70, 75, 75, 80, you give 80, 180 and 75, give 80 there, 80 here, 80 sold 175 S22.
You got to keep up with the land, man.
I ain't never home, it seems like. Old cows? I don't like these. 5 to 6 months, 2,000, 2,100, and 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 2,100, and 2,100, 1, 100, 1, and 2,100, 1, here, Chris, 2,000, 16. 135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 37 and a half and 30. Big 7 and a half. Good to be 30. Big 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 40 and 42 and a half. Good to be 2 and a half. 5 and 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. Big 5. 45. Big 5. 45. Big 5 here. Chris 142 and a half. 20. Yes, she is 135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 50 and a half, 40, big 42 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47, 50 and 40, big 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 47 and a half here. Cabinets 145, 9. Five by 5 and a 5 by 2, 130. 135 and 35. You give out 35, 40, 140, 135, 40, big 40, big 45, 45, 50 and 55, 55, 2 and a half, 52 and a half and 52 and a half, big 50, 2 and a half, go to 5 and 55, 57 and a half, 57, 60 and house 2 and a half, big 2 and a half, 65, 67 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and house 70, big 72 and a half, 75 and 75, 750, 77 and a half and 77 and a half here, 177 and a half here. Chris 175, 4. One 35 and 35. You give out 35, 37 of 37 of 37 of 37 of group 40. We get 2 and a half. Group 2 and a half. You give 5, 47 of 47 of 47, 50 and 47 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and a half here, 57 and a half here. Now 60 and now 60. We get 62 and a half. Bit of a 2 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 and a half. Good of a 2 and a half. Booker 160. Eight years or 5 and 6 months bred. 1,500. 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, half here, half here, 1,500, and 15 and a half here, not 16, and 1,600 and a half here, half and a half, 17, and 17, bit of 17, bit of a 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, Lewis, 1650 on number 1. Six, 7 years old. They're 5 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, and 21, 21, 2,100, 1 here, 1 there, here, 2, and 21, 2, 3, and 3, 3, and 4, 500, 5 here, 25, and 2,500, you got Jason, 25, and 25, and 2,500, 5 here, 5 here, sold, 2,400, Chris, 4. One 35 and 35. You give out 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 50 and 30. 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 40. 40 and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 45, 45. Jerry 9, 142 and a half on 2. I don't know how. 5 years and 5 months, 2,000. 2100 and 2100 here 1 here 100 here 1 here 1 here 2100 and 2100 here 1 here 21 2 and 23 and 23 4 and 24 5 and 2500 here 5 here 4 5 and 2500 here 5 here Chris 2400 on 3. She spits out a pretty clubby black baldy calf. Will you call me and let me know? Will we have her that long? Don't matter. You may not have her that long. You may not have her that long. We have them easy doers. Those easy keepers. 10-4. 15 and a half, 15 and a half here, half here, half and a half here, 15-50, and 15 and a half here, half here, 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, Cabinets, 1500. She weighs 1110 if you need it for your notes. 10 years old, 120. 125 and 25 and 25 25 25 25 30 25 750 and 20 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 27 and 7 and 30 and 30 2 and a half going to be 2 and a half 5 and 35 37 and 37 and 40 42 and a half 2 and a half 42 and a half 5 and 45 47 and 47 and 47 and 50 and 52 and a half 2 and a half going to be 2 and a half sold 150 on Booker 11. 125 and 25 and 27 and a half 750 and 20 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 30 30 that 2 and a half 35 35 37 and 37 and 40 and 40 2 and a half going to be 2 and a half 5 and 45 45 here 750 and 47 and a half 50 52 and a half going to be 2 and a half 2 and a half 2 and a half here so 150 same way book 11. 65 has a good has a good 7 and a half 72 and a half 72 and a half 75 77 and a half 70 50 80 80 there 80 there good 82 and a half 82 and a half here 82 and a half here 82 50 hole 7 180 hole 6 gentle. Boo. 250. 250, 60, and 250, 60, going to be 2 and a half, 62 and a half, 260, and 250, going to get 260, going to be 270, going to get 270, going to get 280, going to get 280, and 70, 80, and 270, going to get 280, bid 80 here, sold, 270, Ricardo. Got any ponies out there yet? You got some guys. They building the new one or just redoing it? Who you got doing it? Who's got doing it? Oh yeah. 75, yeah, 75 here, 75 there, 75, 75, 75, 50, and 77 and a half, 750 and a half, 77, 80, 82 and a half here, 81, 3, 83, 85 here, 83, 85, 7, 87, 87, 85, 7, 87 here, 87, $88, 87, going to be 80 here, bit of a day here, going to be 87, bit of a day here, sort of $1.87, hole 7. Where you been? 75, and 75 here, 75 there, 75, 75, 75, 755, and 75, 75, 65, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 71, and 70, 71, 71, 71, 2, 71, 2, 2, 3, and 73, 3, and 3, and 3, 4, and 74, 75, 75, 74 to 5, 74, 5, 74 to 5, 75, 75 here, 75, and 74 to 5 here, sold 174, Gibbon. Boo. Two years and she's 4 months here, 2,500 and 25 and 2750 and 20, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 3 and 3,000, 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, to get 3,500 and 3,500, to get 35, to get 35, to get 35 here, sold her 32 and a half, Chris 3. Antonio said go by 500 and lick, we'd get done earlier. Yeah, he won't be able to. 125 and 25, you get 30 and 25, you get 32 and a half, 2 and a half, 35, 37, going to be 40, you get 2 and a half, you get 5, 7 and a half, 50 and down 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 5 and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7, 60 and down 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a 5 and you get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 67 and a half here, a half here, Booker, 165.11. Hello, Terrell Garrison. Better than I deserve. $65. Has a good five. Has a good five. 7 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 750, and 77 and a half, 80, 89, and down high, 80, 81, here, 82, 81, 2, 3, 83, 83, not 4, 84 here, not 5, 85 here, 85 here, 85 here, sort of 184, hole 7. $1.50. 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 150, $1.55, and 55 here, 55, 60, not 5, and to get a 70, 170, 170, to get 70, to get 70, 5, to get 70, Chris, 165, 10X. Other way, Ricardo. Uh-oh. $135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, you get 5, you get 50, you get 5, 55, 60, and down 60 there, 5, going to be 60, 55, 7 and a half, 60, and down 60 there, 60, and 60, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, and you get 5, and has you get 5, you get 3, 5, and you get 5, and has you get 5, you get 7, and 7, hand on 7, and 7, 5, going to be 67, and 67, hand on 7, and 7, and 7 here, so 165, hole 6. There'll be 800, 900 before we get done. $65. Has a good five. 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 70, not 70. We get 2.5. 72.50. And 75 here. 75. 75. 75. 73. 72.5. 73. 2.5. 3 and 4. And 74. 74. 74. 74. 75. 75. 75. 75. 6. 75. 7. And 77. We get 77. We get 76. 7. Lou your ass. 77. $8. And 78. 77. We get 78 here. Sold 177. Hole 7. He said, Bryce says if I get divorced, she gets a new truck, not me.
Pack your lunch. And supper.
I don't know. Pollards. They're young. They're open. I bet that's why they're here. $75. $75 here. 75 there. 75. 75. 75. 175. And 75 here. 75. 750. And 77 and a half. 77 and a half. 77. 50. And 77 and a half. 77 and a half. 77. 80. And now 2.5 here. 82. 50. 82 and a half here. 80. 2 and a half here. 82 and a half here. That's 180 on number 22. Here's a 5-year-olds. Might give him another chance. $50. $55. And 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. $55. And 55 here. 60. And half. Has a good. 70. 70. Going to be 70. Jubei John 2.5. And 72 and a half. 72 and a half. 72. 5. And 75. 750. And 77 and a half. 77 and a half. Now 80. And now 82 and a half. 82 and a half. 5. 85. 87 and a half. 87 and a half. Going to be 87. 50. 87 and a half. 87 and a half. Going to be 87 and a half. Here. So 185. S22. $135 and 35, 40 and 45, 45, 2.5, 45, 47 and 52 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 and 55 here, 5 here, 7.5 and 57 and a half, 7.5, 7.5, 57, 50 and 57 and a half here, half here, Chris, 155, 20. $21, gotcha. Grandes. Lots of cheeseburgers. 135 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 45, 45, 50, 52 and a half, good 2 and a half, 5, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57, 60, and down 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, 5, and 65, and has a good 5, 3, 2 and a half, 5, and 65, and 5, and 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, sort of 162.50, Chris 10. Dollar bid, 105. At 100 out of 5 here. Good to 105. It get 5. 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 You get 5. 105. 105. 10. And 10 and 15 here. 20. And 21, 21, 20, 15, 20. And 25 here. 5 here. 5 here. 30. And now 30, 35. And 35, 40. 40, 40, 35, 40 here. 35, 40 here. 7.5, 40. And now 40, 40, 40 here. Chris, 137.5, 17.
Hold on, let them sober just a second. If they will.
55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 50, 57 and a half here, 60, and now 60, 60, bit of a 60, now 60, it's 60 there, 2.5, and 2.5, 1, and get a 1, has a get a 1, get a 1, get a 1, get a 1, get a nap 1, and get a 1, here, a lot of 1, here, 1, here, 160, on 2. $145 and 45, you get 5, 45, 45, 45, 45, 50, and 45, you get 50, 50, 5, and 55, you get 5, 55, 55, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5, 55, 750, and 57 and a half here, half here, half here, 155 on 2. $35 and 35, you get 35, 35, 40, and 35, 40, you get 35, 45, 45, 50, 50, you get 50, 50, and 45 and 50, you get 50, you get 50, 5, and 55, 55, 60, it's 60 there, 5, 60, 5, 60 here, Booker, 155, 11. Ten years and 5 months, right there, 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, half here, half and a half here, half here, now 16 and a half here, 17, half here, 18, 18, 18 and a half, 1900, and 19 and a half, and 19 and a half here, half here, 1950, and 19 and a half here, Lewis, 1900 on 1, number 3. Seven on a pun, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, half here, 57, 50, and 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 55, 57, 50, 2 and a half, 50, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half. What's wrong here, guys? 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 35, 45, 55. Sold 150, Booker.
How'd you do that?
35, and 35, you give out 35, 37 of 40, and 40, you get 2.5, 45, 47 of hand, 50 to 2.5, good with 2.5, you get 55, 2 to 5, and 55, 57 of hand, 57 of hand, 7.5, 60, and 2.5, you get 2.5, but with 2.5, 5, and 65, 7.5, 7.5, 70, 170, there, good with 70, you get 2.5, and 72.5, 70, you get 2.5, 72.5, so 170 S22. After I jerked that first one out, I stuck it in my finger, and I was like, that'd be easier to go get your little blue brush, wash brush, and brush it out of there.
Yes, sir. Okay. Pretty good market today. Yes, sir.
We're here at 52.5, 50, 2.5, bit of 2.5, 2.5, 55, 55, 55, 7.5, 57.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 57.50, and 57.5 here, half here, half here, 60, and half 62.5, 2.5, bit of 2.5 here, Booker, 160. We're here at 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and 37 and 37 and 37 and 37, 50 and 40, and 40, you get 2.5, good with 2.5, 5. 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half here, 50, and 52 and a half, bit of 2.5, you get 2.5, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 5 here, 5 here, you get 5 here, Booker, 152 and a half, 11. Straight, straight. Daughter bid 105 and 105 here, good 105 here, good 105, you get 5, 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 105, 110, and daughter 10 here, 110 here, 110 here, 110, and 10, 15, and 15, 20, 125 here, 125, 25, 25 here, 125, 30, and 30, 30, 30, 25, you get 30, 5, you get 30, and 25, 30, 5, and 35 here, 35, 35, 35 here, 5 here, good 135, showtime, 130. $35 and 35, you give out 40, and dollar 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 50 and 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, here, 60, and now 60, you get 60, you get 60, Jerry, 157 and a half, 2. Seven five, she got a bad eye. Missing an eye, missing the whole thing. Dollar a pound. $10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 135, 135. Sold her 130, Booker. Something but 5. 5 by 5? I think it is too. 5 by 5, 1,500. 15 half, 15 and a half here, half and a half here, half and a half here, go to 1550, and 15 and a half here, half here, 16, and 16, half here, 1650, and a half, now 17, and 17 and a half here, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 1750, and 17 and a half here, half here, 19, half, 18 and a half here, 1850, sold her, 1,800. Antone. 5 years, 5 months, $1,000, 1,100, 10, 11, and 10, 11, 11, 12, and 12, and 13, 13, 14, 15, 1,500, and 14, 15, 15, 15, 16, and 16, 17, and 17, and 17, 17, Bobby, I'm going to be 17, and 17, out of here, going to be 17, 18, 18, 18, half, 17, 50, and 17 and a half here, half and a half here, half, and 17 and a half, now 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, here's showtime, 17 and a half. $2. 210 20 and 220 30 and 230 230 40 240 50 you're gonna get 2 and a half, gonna be 260, you're gonna get 250, you're gonna get 260, you're gonna be 250, 260 and 250 60 70 and 270, you're gonna get 280, you're gonna get 280, you're gonna get 270, you're gonna get 280 and 270. Audience, you're out. 270, 280 and 270. You're gonna be 80 there. You're gonna be Hitty and Tone. 270. $135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 7 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 7 and a half, 50 and a half, 50, you get 50 and a half, 52 and a half, you get 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and a half here, half here, 57 and a half here, so 155. D3. Six roll, 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, and a 40, and 40, you get 2 and a half, 45, 7 and a half, 50, 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57, about 60, and half 60, you get 60, bit of 60, 60, and 60 there, £60 here, 60, cabinet, 157 and a half, 4, 3. $135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37, 50 and 30, 7 and a half, going to be 37 and 40, 40 and 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and 50 and 52 and a half and 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5 and 55 and 55 here, 5 here, 5 here, sort of 152 and a half. Cabinets 3. Yellow. Okay. $105 and 105 here. Go to 105. You get 5. You get 5. You get 5. You get 5. 110, 15, 20, 5 and 30. You get 35 and 35, 40. You get 40, 145 and 45, 50. You get 50. You get 50, 45. You get 50 and 45. You get 50, 45. You get 50. You get 50 down 7 and a half, 50 and half, 50, 50, 52 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Go to 2 and a half here. Booker 150, 11. 2 years and she's 4 months bred. 15 and a half, and 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here. Half and a half here. Going to be 16, 17, 18, 18, 2000, and 22, 50, and 22 and a half, and 22 and a half. Now 5, and 25, and 2500 here. 5 here, 5 here. 25, 750, and 27 and a half here. Half and a hand, and 27 and a half, and 27 and a half here. Yeah, Caleb, and 27 and a half here. Half here. So 2500. Jerry 3. That'll be at 105, and 105 here. Good to 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, and 10. Good to 110, 15 here. 1, 10, 115, 20, and 25 here. 30, 35, and 35, 40, 40, 40, 35, 40, and 35, and 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40 here. So 135, Jerry 2.
When you get up in 51 and 132, Tennessee, you want north, I said I take 2 heifers this morning. Boom, boom, killed 2 heifers. 19 or 20 heifers in a row. And there's some ladies, they come right in there, they see the heifers running back and forth. He want to run, boom, he take another.
She hit one too?
Huh?
So 3 of them?
I was company trying to get him in.
35, and 35, you give out 35, 37, 37, 37, you're going to be 40, you're going to get 2 and a half, 5, and 47 and a half, 50, you're going to get 52 and a half, you're going to get 2 and a half, you're going to be 2 and a half, 55, and 55, 57 and a half, 57, 60, and now 60, you're going to get 60, 60, you're going to get 60, you're going to get 60, Chris, 157 and a half, 10.
Some people, they're so dumb, instead of stopping, they helping, they get inside the fence, she just runs right through it. He don't care. I wanted to shoot everyone. Boom. Shoot all the guys who's driving to the house.
25, and 25, and 25, here, 25, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 750, and 20, 7 and 30, 32 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, now 40, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, here, 750, and 47 and a half, Jerry, 145, 2.
You know, if you're dark, very different. But it's flat, and you can see about 2 or 3 miles away.
10, 6, 1500. 15 and a half, 15 and a half here, and a half here, 16, half, 17, half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 18, 1800 here, half here, 1850, 1850, 18 and a half here, 18 and a half here, bit of that here, bit of that. I'm an Antone wherever he's at, 1850. Sort of 1800. Who you got, Cowboy?
Where were you at on her? In my truck.
In your truck. 135, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, you get 40, and 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you give 5, 45, 47 and a half, 50, and 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55 here, 55, 55 here, 55 Booker, 152 and a half.
Yeah, they killed 3. So it'll be 25, 7,500 right there. One to the trash. Plus the same they got messed up fender and the little expedition, the whole thing.
135, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 50, and 40, you get 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, Booker, 152 and a half. You know the guy who had the cattle?
Yeah, I know the guy.
Yeah.
This another guy almost crying.
Almost crying. $1.50. $55, and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, $55, and 55 here, 60, and 55, 75, and 75, get 5 here, 75, 75, 75, 80, 85 here, 85, John's out, 85, 95, 195, 195, still out, 195, sold 190, done, 2, 22. Crippled cow here, 35, and 35, you get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, and 40, and 40, you get 2.5, good 2.5, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 47, and 47, and 47, 50, $1.52 and a half, you get 2.5, good 2.5, you get 2.5, good 2.5, 52.50, 52 and a half here, 52 and a half here, so 150, Cavernous 3. Five years and she's 6 months bred. 1,500. 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, have and a half, 1550, and 15 and a half here, have and a half here, going to be 1600, and 16 and a half here, 17, and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 1750, and 17 and a half here, 1750 and a half here, 18, 18, but 18 and a half, 18, 50, 19, and 19, 19, 19, 19, 19, 19, sold, 1850 Ricardo. Playing Battleship. They got this new Battleship with it's pretty cool. It's not the old school. They got buttons and it tells you something's been hit or missed. Wake out here, 35, 35, you go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 to 40, and 40, you get 2.5, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47, 50, and 40, you get 7 and a half, going to be 40, now 7 and a half, going to be 40, now 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 47 and a half here, sold, 145 Cavernous. Four and fives. Speaks Ranch. 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. $1.50. $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 5, and 70, 5, 175, 80, 80, 81, 80, and 75, can't see, 185, 85 here, 85 here, 85, 85, 85, 185, 90, and 90 here, 195, and 95 here, 195, it get 2, and 95, it get 2, 195, it get 2, 195, it get 2, 05, and 205 here, 5, here, it get 5 here, 5 here, sold, $2. Done. 22. Bill speaks. Speak Ranch calves right there, 35, 35, you go about 35, 35 half, and 37, going to be 40, you get 2.5, 45 and a half, 50 and a 5, and 55, 60, and 5, and you get 5, and you get 5, 2.5, and 2.5 here, 62.50, and 2.5, bit of 2.5, you get 2.5, going to be 2.5, you get 2.5 here, so 160 on Booker, 11. Hi, Bob.
Okay.
Daughter. $110 and $100.10, $110, $110 and $100.10, good to be $110, $75.80 and $75, good to be 80 cents a pound, $75, good to be 85, 85 and 90, 95 and $95, $1.05, good to be 105, 10, good to be 110, 15, 110, 15 and 10 and 15 here, 20 and 20 and 20 here, 120, 120 here, 120 here, so 115, Chris 13.
Six, five, six.
5 and 6 year old Kenneth West. 5 and 6 years old guys are all checked open. $1.50. $1.55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, $1.55 and 55 and 5 here, 5, 60, 5 and now 5, 70, 175 and 75 here, 75, 80, 5 here, 85 and 90 and 95 and 95, 95 and 200, 95, 205 and 205 here, 10 here, going to be 210, 15 and 10 and 15 here, 210, 15, 20 and 225 and 225 here, 5 here, 2 quarter and 225 Jerry and 225 here 5 here 5 here sold them 220 Chris 3x. Yard them out.
Hey, they're gonna hold something off that last deal.
Looks like 5 to 10 years old here, guys. 5 to 10.
Watch it.
$120, $125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, we get 130, and 25, we get 35, 35, 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 5, we get 5, we get 50, we get 50, now 50, 150, and now 50, 7.5, and 47, now 50, and now 2.5, we get 2.5, we get 2.5, 5, and 55, 57.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 57, 50, 57.5 here, half here, 57.5 here, Booker, 155, 11.
All go, do not sort.
Rodeo. You ever been to Rodeo Drive, Antone? Yeah. Says no sort, they all go, Antone. Yep, that's just the way the mail goes. 120. 125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, you get 30, and 25, you get 30, 25, you get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 5, and 35, here, 40, and $1.45, and 45, here, 40, you get 45, 45, 45, 45, and 45, here, 40, you get 45, going to be 45, and $1.45, here, 5, you get 5 here, 45, 50, $1.55, $1.55, 60, $1.60, 5, $1.65 and 65 here sold 160 Jerry 10.
No, they did a rodeo right here. You ready, Terry?
Mail, please.
More of them. These cows are all bred. 10 years old, 4 and 5 months bred. 75 cents a pound. 75 give 80. 5, 90, $5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 125, 30, 40, 50, 60, $1.50, $1.60, $1.70, $1.80, $1.90, $1.90, $2, $2.10. Sold them at $2. Who gets them? LaFoe? Cody? P.O., you didn't get them, Cody. Dollar a pound. 110 and $100.10, 110, 110 and $100.10, 110, 10, 10, 110, 110. Want some more, Cody? 110. That's $1. Number one.
$10.
10 years old, 6, 7 months. $2,000, $2,100, and $2,100, $2,100, $2,120, now one, $2,100, $2,100, here, $2,100, and $2,100, here, now two, and $2,100, half here, now 200, now two, now two, and 2,200, here, $1, half, get 200, down 22, down 22, bit of a 2, 22, get 2, so about 21.50, Chris, 16. Well, I'm here, 25, and 25, 25, 27, 50, and 20, 57, 7, 7, 30, and now 32, group 30, 32, group 30, 32, group 32, 50, and 35, and 35, 37, 37, now 40, and 40, 42, group 2, 42 and a half here, 42, 50, and 40, 42, bit of that, 42 and a half here, sold 140, Booker, 11. They're wild. Don't want to kill one.
You know, the thousands and thousands of wild cats come to live every week. Wake up.
9, 10, they're open. 125 and 25, you get 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, you get 35, 35, 40, you get 45, 45, 45, 45, and 45 here, 45, you get 45, you get 45 here, Booker, 140. Kelsey. 125 and 25 and 27, 50 and 20, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7, 50 and 30, 32 and 35, 37 and 37 and 40 and 40, 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, 5 and 45, 45, 45, 47, 50 and 47 and 50, 52 and a half, group 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, Booker, 150, 11. Okay, this way, Bob. 8-year-old. She 8-year-old?
Okay, we'll take that yard out. She can be for free.
8-year-old cow. She was on a set of young cows. 120, 125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 30, 125, and 30, and 25, and 30, 25, and 30, 25, and 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35, 5, and 35, Jerry, 130 on 2. Well, I'm here at 35, and 35, you go about 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, then 2.5, 45, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, now 50, then 2.5, and 52, 50, and 50, then 2.5, go to 50, we get 2.5, 52 and a half, we get 2.5, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, and now 60 there, 60, 60, 60, there, 60, 157 and a half, 5.
That's 5.
65, as a good 5, as a good 5, as a good 5, as a good 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, we get 70, we get 2.5, 72 and a half, 5, and 75, 50, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, now 83, 82 and a half, 81, 81 here, 2, 82, 3, 83, 83, 83, 84, 84 here, 84, you get 4, 83, 84 here, 84 here, so 183, hole 7. Kelsey, we sold some of your dad's cows. You're welcome. What's your top bull? 187. Oh, we'll beat that by the end of the day. You know we will.
You ever go and write it down?
No.
You gonna beat it?
Yep.
Is it coming from way back there, Antonio?
Yeah, like a 4 or 500.
Say it again. 4 and 5 months. Older cows, 4 and 5 months. 8 to 10 years old. Yes, sir. 1,500. 15 and a half. 15 and a half here. Half and a half here. Half and a half here. 16 and a half. 17. 50. 18 and a half. 1850. 18 and a half here. 18 and a half. 1900. And 19. Half and a half here. 1950. And 19 and a half here. Half and a half here. Not 2. And 2,000 here. But 2. And 2,000. Able to get 2,000. Able to get 2,000. Going to be 2050. And 20 and a half here. 1. And 2,100 and a half here. 1 half. 1 half and a half here. Going to be 2,150. And 21 and a half here, 1 half and a half here, going to be 2150, and 21 and a half here, 1 half and a half here, going to be 21 and a half, sold about 2,100. Tanner Garrison. The other morning, I was like, man, it was cold in this house. Darcy says, crank on that heat just for a little bit to kind of take the chill out of the air. About 30 minutes goes by. It was still 61 degrees. extra blankets.
5-year-old,
5 to 7 months.
5 years old or 5 and 7 months bred. There's a fly lid, still flies out. 2100 and 21 and 2100 and 21 not 2 and 21 200 and 1 2 and 21 2 21 2 not 2 3 and 23 4 500 6 and 26 and 26 7 7 7 7 of 800 8 9 and 29 3 and 3000 3 half 3 and 3000 30 50 and 3100 1 half 1 half now 2 and 32 and a half 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 3, and 33 and a half, 33 and a half, 33, 50, and 4, and 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, and 34, 100, 34, 34, sold, 33, 50, MW, 5. So yeah, we don't, no heat.
nice cow, 7x5, 7x7.
7 years old or 5 to 7 months, is that correct? Pretty nice cows, how they're hitting guys, 2100 and 21 and 2100 21 21 29 1 and 2100 1 2 3 3 4 5 and 25 and 25 down here 25 and 2500 5 here 600 and 25 6 7 and 7 7 7 7 7 now way and 2800 what about a half 750 and 27 and a half here half and a half here going to be 2750 and 27 and a half here half and a half here, going to be 2750 and 27 and a half here, half here, sold them 2700. Terry 6. Weigh her, daughter 50. 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 and 55, 35, 40 and 35, 45, 45, 45, 55, 55, 55, 55, 52 and a half, 5 and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and a half here, 60 and half, 60 there, 60 and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half here, sold 160. Chris 20. What is she? 2 years and she's 5 months bred. How about that? Who'll give 1,000? 1,000, 1,100, and 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 10, 11, 11, 11, 1,100, 1,111 here, now 12, and 12, 13, 13, 14, 15, 1,500, and 1,500, and 1,500 about here, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 14, 15, and 1,500, 14, 1,500, his order, 1,400, Ricardo. Two by four, 700, 700, 800, 900, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,300. Sold her at 12. Terry 7. X. But we've got two, like one up in the attic that does the upstairs, and one down in our basement that does the downstairs. But the one downstairs. And it's brand new, like it's 3-4 years old. The one that's been there since 1980 still working. Never had an issue with it. Daughter 5 and 105, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, you get 5, 105, 105, 105, 110, we get 110, we get 15 and 20 and 25 here, 25, 25, 25 and 25 and 30, we get 30 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, we get 35, bit of a 5 years old, 130, Chris 17. 5 years and 5 months, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 2,120, not 2, and 2,100, 1, 2, 22, 22, 22, 22, not 2, and 2,200, and 2,100, 1, 2, 2, Chris, 2,100 on 3.
Golly. If you ever have to work on it.
Still a 5-year-old, 130. 135 and 35, you get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 35, 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 40, 35, 40 here, Booker, 135 on 11. 12. 11's done. Gotcha. Tell them the Booker 11s are done. Two-year-old, $2. 210.20 and 210.20, we get 210.20, we get 210.20, go to 210.20 and 210.20, bit of a 20, go to 20, go to 20, now 30, we get 30, go to 30, we get 40, we get 40, we get 50, we get 50, 250 and 250 and 250, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50 here, Ricardo, 240. Five by five. 1 by 5. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 1, now 2, now 3, and 3, 4, 500, 5, and 2,500, and 2,500, 6, and 2,600, and 6, 7, 7, 7, 800, 2,800, and 27, 2,800, Chris, 2,700, 11. 175, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 77, 50, 82, 82, 84, 83, 84, 84, 85, 85, 600, 87, 87, 88, 89, 89, 90, and 90, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, and 90, 190, sold my daughter, 89, hole 7. $75, and 75, 50, and 77, 77, 750, and 77, 77, go to 80, 80, 80, you give 80, 180, 180, 180, and 77, 50, 80, 80 here, so 177, 50, given bull. $55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 7, 57, 60, and down 2 to high, we get 2 to high, bit of 2 to high, we get 2 to high, go to 5, and 6 to high, 7, 7, 7, 7, 66, 7, and 7, 8 there, 8, 9, and down 970, and down here, go to 70, we get 71, and 72, 1, 2, 3, we get 3, and 4 here, 4, and 74, 74, 74, 5, and 75, you get 5, 74 to 5, 75, 75 here, so 174, hole 6. 65 and 67 and a half here, 67 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 70 and 2 and a half, 5 and 75, 750 and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 80 here, 80 here, 82 and a half, 82, 50, 85, 85 here, 85 here, oh, 85, 87 and a half, 87, 50, 87 and a half here, son of a dollar, 85, D-Bull. $65 and 65 has a good 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 67 and a half here, half here, going to be 70 and half, 72 and a half, going to be 70, 2 and a half, going to be 72.50 and 70 and 2 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 5 and 75 here, 3, 5 and 75, 75, 75, you get 5, 7 and 77, 77, 77 here, so 175 D-Bull. $75 and 75, 50 and now 82 and a half, 85, 85, 85, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 87, 50, 87, 90 and now 92 and a half, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91 and 92 and 92, 91, 2, 91, going to be 2, 3 and 93, 3 and 92, going to be 3, so 192 D-Bull. $75 and 75, 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 5 and 75 here, 65 and 65, 75, 7 and a half, 70, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72.50 and 72, 5 and 75, 75, 75, 75, Rob, you're at 75 and 75, 75, 2 and a half, 5, 750 and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 6, 75, 76, 7 and 77, $8 and 78, 78, 78, 78, 77, 78, now 9. Now 9, 70, now 9, now 80, 9 going to be 80, 9 going to be 80, sold 179, D-Bull. Now Mark, you done? $75 and 75, 750 and 77, going to be 82 and a half here, 82 and a half, 81, 83, 85, 85, 85, 84, 5, 85, $6 here, 86, 87, 87, 88 there, 89, 90, and 90, but 90 there, 90, 90 there, 190, and 90 there, 90, 90, 90, 90, we're at 190, 1, and 90, 91, 91, 91, 91, 2, 91, 91, 2. 3. Sold 192 D-Bull. It's just money, Rob. Don't get these high prices get in the way of cattle you like. We hear that on Tuesdays all day long. $175, 65, 65, 750, and 67 and 70, 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70, 250, and 71, and 72, 73, 72, 3, and 72, 73, 3, and 4, and 74, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 74, 5, and now 6, and 75, 7600, and 75, 76 here, 75, going to be 6, sold 175, Chris 22. $65, and 75, 7 and a half, 70 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 75, 50, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half here, 70, 50, and 77 and a half, 80, and now 80 there, 80, Lou, you're at 80, and now 80 there, 80 there, 80, did you give 80 here? 1. 81 here, 81 here, D-Bull, 180. $65. Has a good five. Has a good five. Has a good five. 7.5. 72 and a half. 72 and a half. 75. 75. 50. And 77 and a half. 6, 7. And 77 by 77 by 70. 79. Group of 9. Group of 80. Group of 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 86 here. 87. 88 here. $88. 85. 90. And 90 here. 190. 190. 190 here. 190. And 90 here. 190. 90. 90. Gibbon Bow, 189. What? What? Steer. Yeah, thank you. $1.50. $1.50. $1.55 and 55 and 55. You can buy 55, 60 and now 60. If you get 60 and now 55, 7.5 and 57 and a half, 7.5, 60 and now 60. If you get 60, but about 60, you're going to be 60, 160. It's 60 there. 160 here. 160. So 157 and a half. Chris 10. Got a little bump. 65. Has a good five. 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 7.5. 7.5. 7.5. 750. And 67 and 70. We get 2.5. 5. And 75. 50. And 77 and a half. 77 and a half. 80 there. 80. 80. Give 80. And how 80 there. 81 here. Now 1. 82. 82. 81. We get 2. 81. We get 2. Oh, 181. 7. Six-year-old, 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, now 5, and 35, 40, you get 5, you get 50, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 2.5, 52 and a half, and 52 and a 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, here, 5 here, 7.5, and 57, about 60, and hand 2.5, you get 2.5, bit of a 2.5, bit of a 2.5, you get 2.5 here, Booker, 160 on 12. Caleb, y'all got steers on feed this year, just pigs? 3? Look at you go.
Okay.
9 by 5 and a 9 by 6, 1,500. 15 and a half, 15 and a half here, half and a half here, 1550, 15 and a half here, half and a half here, 15 and a half here and a half, 15 and a half here, who give 1,000, 1,100, 11 here, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, and 1,700, what about half, 16 and a half, 16 and a half, and 17, we get 1,700, and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 1,750, and 17 and a half here, half here, Lewis, 1,700 on number 1. A bundle of bulls. One looks like a red Angus. 165, has a good five, has a good five, has a good five, has a good five. All gonna go 65, has a good five, has a good five, has a good five, has a good five, 55, and 55, 57, 57, 60, and 2.5, has a good five, has a good five, has a good five, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 67, 50, and 67.5, 70, and now 70, because 2.5, 72.5, what about 1, 71, and 70, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, here could be 171, and 71, here, 1, here, so what, 170, Chris, 22.
figured. Tomorrow. What about today?
135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 37, 50 and 37. Going to be 40. You're going to get 2.5, 45, 7.5, now 50, now 50. You get 52.5, now 52, 50 and 50. You get 2.5, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. You get 5 and 55 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here. Chris, 152.5, 20.
What about today? What time will be done? 2? I know it. I was asking if he's done. He said, yeah.
10 years old, 5 and 6 months.
Brad, these work for you? Short bread.
4 to 6 months. 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 21 now one and 21 2 and 21 2 21 2 21 2 21 2 and 2,200 and 21 2 and 2 3 and 23 and 4 and 24 24 24 25 25 25 23 and a half and 23 50 and 20 and a half 4 and 24 24 24 24 23 and a 4. Give me what about 23.75? 23.75. Sold him 23 and a half, Chris 16. Just didn't want you to leave here mad without any bred cows today. You're going to leave Matt here with cows. Good. These are open. Open here, 35, and 35, and 35. You give out 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 50, and 40, and 42 and a half, you get 2 and a 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 2 and a half, and 5, and 55, and 55 here, 5 here, 5, you get 5, 55 here, sold, 152 and a half, Booker.
You tell George we got some cows. I told him. I ain't scared. I got more on the budget at the breakfast table. What happens when you know the man and he talked him into giving a little bit more. Don't let this high price of getting the way cattle you like.
135, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 to 40, and half 40, you get 2 and a half, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, good of a 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 55 here, 7 and a half, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half here, 57 and a half, and 57 and a half here, 60, and half 60 here, 61, 61, 61, 61, 60 here, Booker, 157 and a half. One blue's got a little blue eye, he will be on there. 155, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, you get 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, you get 70, 72, 50, and 72 and a half, 5, and 75, 75, 73, 73, 2 and a half, 72, 3, 4, and 74, you get 74, 75, and 75 here, 75, you get 75, 75, 74, 5, 6, and 75, 76, 7, and 77, you get 77, $8, and 77, 8, 78, 9, 79, 8, 9, and 78, 9, 8, 9, 9, 3, 9, daughter, group 9, daughter, group 9, 3, group 9, sold, 178, D Bull. $5 to $7 months. Older cows going to be 5 to 7 months. I tell you what I'm going to do. You got a little time today. If you guys want to, I'll hold the 3 horned cows. And the which one? Nah, she ain't got a bad back. She's just old. I'll hold the 3 horned cows if you want me to. 5 to 7 months, 2,000, 20, 100, and 21, and 2100, and 2100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 1500 and a half, and 1550, and 15 and a half here, half and a half here, going to be 16, half and a half here, going to be 1750, and 17 and a half, and 18, 18 and a half here, 18 and a half, and 1950, and 19 and a half, and 19 and a half here, 50 and a half here, going to be 1950, not 2, and 2,000, and 2,000, going to get 2,000, going to be 2,000, going to be 2,000 online, going to be 2, and 2,000, and 2,000, going to get 2,000, going to get 2,000, going to be 2,000, going to be 2, and 2,000, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2,000, going to be 2,000, going to be 2. Sold them 1950. Lewis on number 3. You want the 3 horn cows off? Let them all go. Let them all go. Thank you, guys. 5 to 7 years old here. 135, and 35, and 35, and 5 here, 35, and 35, 7 and a half, 40, and 2 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, and half, 50, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5, and 55 here, 55 here, 55 here, 55, 55, and 55 here, 5 here, Cavaniss, 152 and a half, 3. Five years, she's open. She got a ball sack hanging down there or something? I don't know. Some of that going around these days. 135, and 35, you go out 35, 40, and 35, 45, 45, 45, 50, 155, 55, 55, 60, and 160, and 55, 60, there, 5, going to be 60, 5, going to be 60, Cavaniss, 155, 3. Yeah, glad I'm. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I'm glad I'm not back in school. Yeah. 6-year-old guys, 120. 125, and 45, and 25 here, 125, 25, 25 here, 125, and 25 here, daughter, 105, and 105, we do get 5 and 5 and 10, we do get 110, we do get 15, 20, 125, and 25 here, 5 here, 125 here, Cavaniss, 120, X. $135, and 35, you go about 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 50, and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 50, and 30, 7 and a half, going to be 30, now 7 and a half, here's all 135, Booker 12. 21.
Slammed my door pretty loud. What was that all about? Pretty loud.
I didn't even know I shut it.
Did you think it was loud?
So did I. Yeah.
Shut the gate. Shut the gate pretty loud.
At least I shut it.
35, and 35, you go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, you get 2 and a half, you get 5, 47 and a half, 47, 50, 50, and half, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 50, 60, and half, 60, here, 60, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half here, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half here, D, 160 on 3. $125, and 25, and 25, 30, and 45, we get 30, 25, we get 30, 25, we get 35, 35, 40, we get 40, we get 5, we get 50, we get 55, and 55, 55, 2 and a half, and 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, and half, 60 there, 160 D, 157, 53. Hello, Mr. Wedman. $10 and $110, $110 and 15, 20, 5, and 25, 30, and 35, 35, 35, 40, 40, 40, 35, 45, and 45, 45, 45, 50, 50, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 5 here, Booker, 150, 12.
Come on, Mike. We got to roll. We got to baby the rock. He goes, I go to the cow pasture and I go to Brahms. And then home.
105 and 105 and 105 here. Good to be 105. Good to get 5. Good to get 5 and 10. Good to be 110. Good to get 15, 20, 5 and 25, 30. Good to get 30 and 30 and 25. Good to get 30. 5. Good to get 30. 5. Good to get 30 here. Booker 125, 12.
I ain't been there in years. The last time I was there years ago, I was like, bleh. People making it through. Just why don't they clean that deal up? They should. They did. Well, I know, but they ought to burn that one down. Rebuild.
135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and 50, $1.50 pound. Going to be 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55. Jonathan, you're at 55 and 57 and 60 and now 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 65, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 67 and a half, 70. Now 2 and a half, now 5, 175. S 172 and a half, 22. 2-year-old, 210, 20, and 210, 20, 210, 20, 210, 20, and 220, we get 30, we get 40, we get 50, 250, 260, 270, 280, 80, 90, 80, we get 90, 80, 90, 80, 90, 80, we get 90. Chris, 280, 7X.
Big man. Lies ain't gonna die this year, Lid. No, it ain't. Not this year.
35 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 40 and 40. We get 5, we get 50, we get 55 and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half here now half. Booker 155, 21.
Trucks are in the parking lot lined up. Going that way. Already.
155 and 55. You give out 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 to 60 and now 60. We get 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half here. Booker 160, 21. $1. 105 and 105, 105, 105, 105, 105, 105, 105, 19, going to be 110, 15, 20, and 25 here, 25 and 30, 35, and 35, 35, 35, 40, 45, going to be 145, 50, and 55, $1.55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, D, 150 on 3.
Our March run is happening, Antone.
$120, 125, 25, and 25 here, 5, 30, 35, 35, 35, 40, 40, now 40, and 35, Jerry, and 45, 45, 45, 45 here, Jerry, 140 on 3, on 2, Jerry 2.
By March, we want to be early sales.
This piece of shit pin right the town.
Dollar pound, 105, and 105, dollar pound, 50 cents a pound, 60 cents a pound, and 50, 60, and 50, 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, 90, 80, 90, that dollar, and dollar bid here, 10 here, 110 here, 110, 10, 10 here, 110, showtime, $1.
Thank you. They usually are.
135, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 55, 55, and 55, 2.5, 55, 55, 7.5, 57, 57, 50, and 57.5, 60, and now 60, took him right ahead of you, 62.5, good to be 2.5, and 2.5, good to be 2.5, Jonathan, yeah, 2.5, and 2.5, here, 2.5, 2.5, 5, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 5, here, 5 here, D, 162.5, 2.
800.
$1.50. $1.55 and 55 and 55 here 55 55 55 55 55 and 55 60 and now 5 here 65 70 75 and 75 give 80 5 85 here going to be 185 85 here 85 and 5 here sold 180 Chris 3x
Time is it? 12.
dollar 105 and 105, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 5 here, 10, 15, 20, 5, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, 35 here, 35, 35, 35, and 35 here, 5, 35 here, sold 130, Chris 17. $145 and 45, you get 45, 45, 45, 47, 50, and 40, 57 a pound, 47 a pound, 47 a pound, 47 a pound, 47 and a half here, 47 and a half here, 50 and 2.5, and 50 and 2.5, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half here, sold 155, Chris 10. $125 and 45 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 30 and 25, 35, 35, 35, 40, 40, 55, 50, 50, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60 and now 60 here sold 155 Booker 12. How old? You're 20. $75. $75. 75, 80, and 75. Give 80. 80. 85 and 90. 195 and 95 and 2. Group 2 and 5. Group 205. Group 210. 210. And 210. 15 and 15. 20. We get 225 and 225. 30. We get 35. Group 235. 40 and 45 here. 50. We get 255 and 55. 60 and 260 there. Group 260. Sold 255. Chris. 7X. $55, 55, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and now 60, we get 60, and 7 going to be 60 there, 2.5, and 2.5, and 2.5, 5, and 5, and 65 here, 5 here, so 162 and a half, Gibbon 1. Who you looking for, sis? Found him? $45, and 45, 45, 50, and 45, it'll get 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, 57 and a half here, half here, sold 155, Chris 10. $135 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 40, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 47, 50, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, and 60 there, going to be 60, and 60 there, 60, John, you're at 60, and now 60 there, £60 here, 60 here, Booker, 157 and a half, 21.
Tell them I'm in the restaurant.
135 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, going to be 40, and 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, and 45, 47, 47, 47, 50, and 55, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, and 57 and a half, 60, and now 60, 60, 60, Booker, 157 and a half, 12. Under 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, and 55, 7 and a half, 55, 57, 55, 57 and a half, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 51, and 50, 51, 51. If I start them at 50, they bring 20. If I start them at 20, they bring $2. 135, 40, 140, 135, 45, 50, 145, 50. So at 145, Chris 20, Chris 20, $1. 105 and 105, 105 and 105, 105 and 105 a pound here, good 105, now 5 here, 75, 80 and 75, give 80 there, 80, 85, 90, 5, $95, $5 here, good 105, 5 here, 10, 10, 20 and 10, 15 here, 10 and 15 here, so 110 Quebecs. 3 years, and she's 7 months bred. 2100 and 21 and 2100. 3 and 4. 5, 6, 7 and 27 and 7 now 800. 8 here. 27, 2800 hide and down hide and 9 3000 and 3100 and 3100. 1 now 2 and 32 3. 33 32 3 and 33 3200. Chris 3 3200. 120, 125, 25 and 5 here. 5, now 32 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 40, 40 and a half, 40, and 35, 40, 45, 45, 45, 42 and a half, 45, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, and $50, 50, 50, 50, Jerry, 147 and a half, 2. 5 here, 7 months here, 2500 and 25 and 25 half here, 25 750 and 20 7 going to be 20 7 7 7 3 and 3000 and 3000 3000 3000 3000 and 3000 going to be 31 31 32 31 2 31 give 2 and 32 3 and 33 3 and 33 3 and 33 3 sold 3200 Terry 6 125, 25 and 25 here, 125 here, 25 30 and 25 to get 35 and 35 35 35 40 to get 45 here, 45 5 here, 2 and a half 5 and 45 47 and a half 47 and a half 47 50 and 47 and a half here, 40 to get 7 and a half here, Booker 145 12.
32, yep.
And 25 and 25 and 25 25 25 25 30 and 25 30 and 25 to get 30 and 25 to get 35 35 35 40 to get 40 to get 5 to get 45 50 and $50 and 45 Jerry yeah $50 55 55 55 55 55 2 and a half 5 and 55 55 7 and a half 57 50 and 57 and a half 57 and a half 60 and now 60 60 D 157 and a half 3. 3 years and she's 2 months, 2100 and 21 and 2100 and 21 21 21 21 21 21 2100 and 21 and 2100 21 21 21 21 did you give 1 21 22 23 22 3 22 3 23 3 and 23 3 and 23 3 and tone 2200.
This one, the last one.
135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half. Going to be 40. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. You get 5 and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 50 and 40. You get 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 50. Now 50, 150, $50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50 here. So 147 and a half. Chris 10. You give $1.50, Antone? Well, that's not what I want. I'd like to have $1.50. $1.55 and 55. You give out 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. You ought to see when his cattle come in here. Can you get him, make him bring $4? I'll try. $1.50. $1.55 and 55 here, 55, 55, 25, 30 and 25, 30, 25, 30, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, $1.45, 45, 45, 50, $1.50 there, 45, 59, 59, 5 and 55, 55, 55 sold. 150. Chris 22. 165. As a good five, has a good 7.5, and 67, and 70, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75, 73, 5, and 75, 73, 75, 77, 75, 77, 75, 77, 867, and 77, $8, and 77, 8, 78, 78, good 9, good 9, good 9, good 9, good 9, you get 80, and 9 here, good 81, here, 2, 82, 82, 3, 83, 84, here, 85, here, 85, 85 here, 85 here, so 184, hole 6. $165. Has a yard amount. He's limping a little bit. John is anyway. 165. Has a good 5. Has a good 5. Has a good 55. And 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half here, 60, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, bit of 2 and a half here, so 160 given boo. 35, and 35, you get 35, 35, 40, you get 40, you get 5, you get 50, you get 5, going to be 60, you get 5 now, 65, and you get 5, and you get 5, you get 5, you get 5, you get 70, and 70 here, 7.5, 70, and $72 and a half, going to be 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75 there, 75, 75, 75, sold 172 and a half, hole 6. Five years and 5 months here, 2,000, 2,100, and 2,100, 2,100, 2,100, now 1, 2,100, 1, 2, and 23, and 23, and 23, 4, and 24, 5, 600, and 26, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, here, going to be 2,700, and 27, 7, 7, that way, and 28, 8, 9, 9, 9, 3, and 3,000, and 3,000 here, 1, and 3,100, here, 31, 31, and 3,100 here's order 3,000, Chris 3. 5 years and 6 months bred. $1,500, 15 and a half, 15 and a half, half and a half, 15 and a half, half and a half, you're going to be 16 and a half, and 17 and a half, 18 and 19, and 2,000, and 2,000, and bit 2, and 2,000, able to get 2,000, able to get 2,000, able to get 2,000, going to be 2,000, and 2,000 here, Lewis, 1,900 on 1. Ten years and 5 months, 1,500, 15 and a half, 15 and a half, half and a half, pretty good bag, cow, half, 16 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18 and a half, 18 and a half, 18 and a half, you're out of line, 1850, 18 and a half, 19, and 19, 1950, and 19 and a half, you're out again on line, 1950, and 1950, that too, and 2,000, 2,000, 2,050, and 2050 and a half, half here, going to be 2050, and 20 and a half here, Lewis, 2,000 on 3. Well, here at 35, and 35, you go out 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 50, that 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5, and 55 here, 5 here, 5 here, Cavaniss, 152 and a half, 3. 10 years, she's 6 months, $1,000. 10, 1100, yeah, 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 10, 11, 11, 11, 12, 13, 13, 14, 1500, 15, 16, 1600, 15, 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 18, 18, 17, 18, 1800, 18, Lewis, 1700, home 3. 5 years, 7 months, 21, and 21, 250, and 22, and a half year, 22, and a half year, half and a half year, going to be 22, 50, and 25, and 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 27, 50, and 27 and a half year, not 3, and 50,000, going to get 250, and 32 and a half here, what about the 1, and 3,100, 31, 31, 31, 3, and 33, going to get 35, and 35, 37, and 35, going to be 7, 35, going to be 7, 35, going to be 7, 35, going to be 700, going to be 7, 35, 7. Mavis, 3,500. 6-year-old, she's 6 months bred, 1,500, and 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, half and a half here, going to be 16, 17, 18, 19, 2, and 21, and 21, 21, 2100, 1, 2, and 23, 3, and 23, 4, and 24, and 24, 5, and 2,500, 6, and 2,600, and 26, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, now 800, 27, give 8, and 28, and 2,800, 800 here, 27, going to be 20, hey, so 2,700, Mavis. Daughter, 110, and $110, 110, 110, 110, 20, going to be 20, 30, 30, 40, 40, 50, 50, 140, 50, $1, 40 and a half, 50, 50, 50, 50 and a half, 40, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, here, sort of 140, Ricardo. $250. 250, 60, and 250, 60, 72, 72, 70, now 80, going to get 90, going to be 290, going to be 85, 90, 85 and 90, going to get 295, and 95 and 30, going to get 3, and 95, going to get 3, and 95, going to get 3, 195, going to get 3, so about 295, Chris, 7X. 50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, now 60, plain old 60, just 60, and 60 cents a pound here, 5, going to be 60, 5, going to be 60, 5, 70, 80, 80, 90, $1, $1, $5, 110, 15, 20, sold 115, Jerry, 2. 5 years and 6 months bred, 2,000. 2,100, yeah, 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, now 2, and 21, 2, and 22, 3, and 23, 3, 24, 5, and 2,500, 6, and 26, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, now 8, and 2,800, this side, sold out, 2,800, Terry, 28, and 2,800, 8 here, 8 here, sold, 2,700, Chris, 5. $2. $2.05 and $2.05, $5, $2.05 and $2.05 here, 10, going to be 210, 20, and 210, 20, 30, we get 220, 30, Jerry, 210 or 220, put him on number 3.
You gonna work all day tomorrow, Antone? You working all day tomorrow?
All day. 10 by 7, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 21, now 1, and 2,100, 2,100, hey, Lewis, 2,000 on number 1.
I'm gonna work half a day. Yeah. I might. It's nice weather. And the back will hold up. My hip will hold up. I got smoke on my shows too this week. He fell onto me in the pen. I'm bruised, black and bruised. Golly.
3 years, 7 months bred.
She's got something. She's not right on her front end.
Dollar. She's 3 by 7. She's got a mixing toe, or she's got a cut toe, or she got something down there. Dollar pound. 110 and 110, 110, 20, going to be 20, going to get 30, going to get 40, going to get 40. John, you're out 40 and 50, $1.50, 140, 50, $1.40, going to get 50, going to get 50, 60, 155, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, here, 5 here, 5 here. Cabinets 150 on 5.
You know the cabinets buyer started Reno.
Now, please.
Mel?
4 to 6 months. Older cows right there are going to be 7 years old to 10 years old. They're going to be 4 to 7 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, and 1, and 2,100, 2, and 21, 2, and 21, 2, 3, and 23, 3, 23, 3, going to be 22, 50, and 22 and a half, 5 and a half, 22 and a half, 3, and 23, 3, and 22 and a half, 23 out of line, 2,300, and 23, 3, and 2 and a half, 3, and 2,300, 3, 23, 3, 23 and a half, and 23 and a half here, half and a half here, going to be 23.50, and 23 and a half here, half and a half, 4, and 24.4, and 24, going to be 24, going to get 24, going to be 24 online, going to be 2,400, and 2,400, going to be 24, going to get 4, and 2,400 here, 4 here, 100 and a half, 4 here, sold, 23 and a half, done on number 44.
I'll get it going out. Sorry.
135 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, going to be 40, going to get 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 47, 50, and 50, going to get 50 down, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, 57 and a half, and 57 and a half here, Booker, 155 on number 21. One 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 40, going to get 5, going to get 55, and 52 and a half, 52, 50, and 50, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, get over here, 55, and 55 here, 5 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, Jerry, 152 and a half, 2. Older cows are heavy bred, 7 months bred. 5 to 7 months. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 21, 1,500, now 16, 17, and 17, 18, 19, 2, and now 1, and 21, 2, and 2,200, 22, 22, 2,200, and 21, 2, 1, 2, 2, sold 2,100. Inman.
MAN.
Older cows right there going to be 5 and 6 months bred right there. Let you be 17.50 and 17 and a half and 17, 18, 18 and a half, 18 and a half and 19.50 and 19 and a half. Going to be 2,050 and 1 and 2,100. You out of line 21.50 and 21.50 and a half here. 1 half, 1 half. Now 2 and 22 and 2,200. If you get 22, bit of a 22 and a half and 22 and a half here. Half and a half here. Going to be 22.50 and 22 and a half here, half here, sort of a 2,200. Tanner Garrison. Well, I'm here, 35, and 35, you go out 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 40, and 40, to get 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 42.50, and 40, to get 2 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, and 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 52.50, and 52 and a half here, 52 and a half here, 52 and a half here, Booker, 150 on 12.
There you go. Like these two.
6, 7 months spread. 2,000, 2,100, and 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 2, 22, 22, now 3, and 23, 23, 22, 23, 23, 23, 23, no, we're going to be 23, 23, 23, 4, 5, 25, 24, did you get 5? 25, 6, 26, 25, 2,600, Inman, 2,500. Waiting on the sorters. Guess we'll just take a little break till they get caught up, huh? 7th inning stretch. Ah.
I bought your cows from you.
How many do you have left?
They want the same view.
Thank you.
I got 2, 3, 4 cows. There wasn't a deal. What you bought? There was no 2600. The 8 cows you bought them?
Yeah.
I got 3 more the same time.
money's still in there too, but I bet it ain't.
We better. Good break.
$225. $225.
said they're young. $1.50. 155 and 55, you get 5 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 60, 5, 70, 170, 5, and 75, 75, 80, 80, 180, 175, give 80, and 75, 80 here, 80 here, 80 here, so what, 175, done, 22. Fours and 5-year-olds, 4 to 6-year-olds here, 35, and 35, you get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 35, we get 40, we get 5, we get 5, we get 50, we get 50, 155, and 55, 55, 55, 60, and 60 here, 5, going to be 60, 5, going to be 65, and 65, and has it get about 2.5, and 2.5, we get 2.5, going to be 2.5, 5, and 65, and has it get 70, and 570, 570, done, 165, 22. 5 and 6 years old. They are 5 to 7 months bred. 2100 and 21 and 2100. 21, 21, now 1 and 2100. 1, 2 and 21, 2, 3 and 3, 4. 5 here. 600 and 25, 26, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 here. Down 27 and 26, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 here. Going to be 2700 and 2700 and 7 here. Now 7 here. Going to be 7 about 7 here. Going to be 7 about 27. Done. 2600. 44X. Keep those separate. $135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 40. You get 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50. $1.52 and a half. You get 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 and 55 here. 5. You get 5, 55, 55, 55 here. 5 here. Booker 152 and a half, 21. $65 and 75 has a good 7.5, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 75 here, 77 and a half, 70, 50 and 77 and a half here, 67 and 77, 77, 67 and 77, 78, 78, 78, 78, 9 and down high and 80 here, 80, you give 81, 81 here, 81, 81, 81, 81 here, 81 here, so 180, hole 7. $250. 255 and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255 and 55 here, 5 here, 5 here, Jerry, 250 on 10. $65 and 65 and 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, 80 down 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 3, 81, 3, 85 here, 87, 89, 89, 91, and 90, 91, 91, 90, and 91, and 91, 91, 91, 91, 2, we get 92, we get 92, we get 92, 3, and 93, 4, and 94, 95, 95, 95, 96 $100, and 95, 6, 95, 96 $100 here, 5, going to be 6, so 195. Debo. 65, as a good 5, 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 7.5, 70, we get 2.5, 5, and 75 here, 75 there, 750, and 77, now 80 there, 82.5 here, 1, 81 here, 81.1 here, 82, 82, 82 3, 84, 83, 84, 85, 85 here, 84.5 here, so 184, all 7. $65. As a good five. 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 7.5. 7.5. 7.5. 7.5. 70. And 70. We get 2.5. 72.5. 5. And 77.5. 77.5. 80. And now 81. 83. 81. 83. 83. 83. 85. 85. 84. 85. 85. Now 6. 86 out of there. 86 out of there. 85. Going to be 6. Sort of $1.85. D-Bull. $125 and $125 and 25, 25, 25 here, 125 here, 125 here, $1 pound, 105, 105, $1.05, we get 5 here, 5, we get 5, you get 5, 10, 10, 15, and 15 here, 110, 15, 20, and 25 here, 30, and now 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35 here, 5 here, 5 here, sold 130, cabinet sex. $135 and 35. You go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 40 and a 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 50 and a half, 50, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 5 and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and a half here, half here, Booker 155, 21. $125 and 25 and 25 here, 5 here, 25, 25, 25 and 30 and 25, you get 30 and 35 here, 35, 40, you get 40, 45, 45, 45, you get 5 and 45 here, 5 here, sold 140, Booker 12. Not a bit, 105 and 105. We get 5, we get 5, 10, we get 110, we get 15, we get 20, we get 5, we get 25, you get 5 and 25 here, 30 and now 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, we get 40, 40, 40, and 5, 35, 40 and 40 here, 43, we get 40, we get 40, we get 40 here, sold 135. Booker 21. $132 and a half, and 30, we get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 35, 35, 37, good to be 40, 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47, 50, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, 55, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half here, Booker, 155, 12. $35 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, 35, 40 and 35, 40, we get 35, we get 40, 35, 40, 40, 35, 40, Jerry, 135, 2. 50 cents a pound, and 55, and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 60, 5, 70, 5, 80, 85, 85 here, $85 here, $85 here, 85, sold her 80, S1. Dollar bid, 105, and 105 here, 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, and 10, going to be 110, 15, and 10, and 15 here, 110, and 15 here, 115, 20, and 20, 5, and 25 here, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 5 here, going to be 25 here, cabinets, 120X.
Wet Bulls.
So vodka. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35 here, 40, 35, 40, and 40, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45 over here, 2.5, and 42 and a half, 5, and 45, you get 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and 50, and 52 and a half, 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 52 and a half, Chris, 150, 10X. $65. Has a good five. 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 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 750. And 67 and a half. And 67 and a half. 72 and a half. And 72 and a half. 5. And 75 here. 75. 75. 75. 75. 75. You get 5. And 75. 5 here. 73. 75. 73. 75. 75. 7. And 77. And 77 sold 175. Debo. Hi, Carson. You done? $1.50. $1.55, $1.55, and $55, $55, $55, $55, $55, $1.50, and $1.55, and 55 here, 5 here, 55, 60, and now 65, and 65, and 65 here, 5 here, 5 here, sold 160, Jerry 10. $1.50. $1.50, 60, $1.50, 60, $1.50, 60, 150, 160, 160, 170, 165, and it's 70, and now 70, 170, 170, sold, 165, Jerry 10. There's another one. $1.50. $1.55 and 55, 60, 55, going to be 70, 55, going to be 80, 55, going to be 90, 190, 195, and 95 and 2, and 95, going to be 205, and 2010, going to be 210, 210, 15, and 10 and 15, 20, and 220, 5, and 225 here, 5 here, 2 and a quarter, and 225 here, 5 here, 5 here, sort of a 220, Jerry, 10. $55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, 60, and now 60, bit of 60, bit of 60, bit of 60, and now 60 there, 7 and a half, going to be 60, 7 and a half, going to be 60 here, bit of Chris, 157 and a half, 10x. Jeff, you looking for Matt? Didn't know if you were or not. $1.50. $1.50, 60, and 60 there, 150, 160, 150, 60, 70, 80, could be 80, could be 90, could be 90, that 2, and 210, and 210, 20, 210, 20, 210, 20, 220, 30, and 235, and 35, 35, 40, 45, 45, 50, and 245, 50, 50, 50, and half 50 here, Jerry, 245, 10. Give 250, 250, 60, 70, 80, 280, 290. Did you get it? 290, 3, 10, 310, 310. Jerry, $3 on 10. Dollar bill on that bull. 110, and 110, 110, 110, 110, 20, 125, 30, 30, now 35, and 35, 40, 40, now 40, 140, and 35, 40, 135, 40, and 40, 45, and 45, 45, 45, 45 here, 5 here, 5 here, so 140, Chris, 10x. $65, and 65, 7 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 50, 77 and a half, 750, and 67, and 77, 70, 70, 70, 79, good 9, Brad, 980, and 9 here, 80, and 9, 80 there, 1, 81 here, 82, 82, 83, 83, 84, 84, 83, 84 there, 85, 85 here, 85, 85 here, 85 here, so 184, hole 7. $65, and 65, 7 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 50, and 77 and a half, 80, 80, 82 and a half, 81, 82, 83, 4, 84, 84, 84, 5, 85, 86, 87, 87, 87, 87, 87, 87 here, 87 here, sort of $1.86, Chris, 10x. 250. 255 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255 and 55, 60, 265, 275 and 280, 285, 85 here, 85 here, 90, 290 here, 85, 90 here, Chris, 285, 99. Pin him with the 7Xs. $1.50. 155 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60 and 55, 60 there, 5, going to be 60, 5, going to be 160 and 55, 60 there, 5, going to be 60, so 155. Chris, 10X.
He's like, she's the shot. She likes a little, she has a little clip. But he's like the school clown. Not the class clown, the school clown. Like, all the teachers know him, all the kids know him, 5th, 6th grade, they all think he's just. She's a type that needs to go to like a school like
$2. 210.20 and 210.20. If you get 210.20, if you get 210.20, bit of a 20, good of a 20, bit 20, 30 and 235 and 35, 40. If you get 40, 240, 240, 240 and 35, 40. Jerry and 240, 40. If you get 40, if you get 40, if you get 40, good to be 40 here. Chris, 235, 99, just 9. Freshman.
doesn't like a cheer team, doesn't like FFA, just everything about it. Doesn't like. She has good grades though. She's doing good in school. She just doesn't like.
250. 250, 60, 70, 272, 82, 82, 90, 293, and 95, and 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, and 95, and again 95, and again 95, and again 95, go to 295, Ricardo, 290.
We're balanced.
It's what you get for bidding so rapidly. Just slow down. 155 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57, going to be 60, if you get 2 and a half, you get 5, 7 and a half, 70, and now 70, if you get 72 and a half, 75, and 75, 75, 75, 35, and 75, 7, and 77, if you get 77, 6, 7, and 77, 8, 70, if you get 9, going to be 9, going to be 80, going to be 89, going to be 81, 82, 83, 82, if you get 83, going to be 82, 83, 83, 4, 83, if you get 4, going to be 83, 4, sold, 183, Debo. 65, has a good five, has a good 7 and a half, 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 67, 50, and 67 and a half, 70, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75, 50, and 77 and a half, 83, 80, 81, 81, 2, 83, 84, 83, 84, 84, Lou, 84 here, 83, 84, 83, 84 here, so 183, Chris, 10X. $135 and 35 and 35, 35, 50 and 37 of going to be 40. If you get 2 and a half, you get 5, 47 of half, 47, 50 and 47 and a half, 50. If you get 50, if you get 52 and a half, if you get 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 and 55 here, 5, you get 5, 55, 55, sold 152 and a half. Booker 12, 21. $55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 2 and a half, 5 and 52 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 60 and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half. Booker 160 on number 21. Three and 4 year olds, $2. 2 5 and 2 to 5 here. 5 to 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 5 $205 $85.90 $85.90 $85.90 here. 85 85 85 $50 $55 65 75 175 80 185 185 185 top row you're at 185 done 180 22. Older cows are heavy bred cows. Heavy bred cows, they are 7 and 8 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, 21, and 2,100. 21, 21, yes, oh, and 21, and 2,100. 21, 2, 3, and 23, 4, and 24, and 24, and 23, 24, 23, 24, 23, 24, 5, 25, 24 and a half, 5, 24 and a half, you get 5, and 2,500, and 2,500. 5 here, so 24 and a half, done, 44. What do you got? 5 and 8 year old cows, 6, 7 months bred. 5 just.
8, aren't they?
2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 2,100, 22, and 22, John, 22, and 22, and 2,200, another 2. Young and bred guys are 4 and 5, 6 year old cows are right there in the second trimester, and 23, and 23, and 23 and a half, and 24 and a half, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, 24, 50, and 5, and 25, and 2,500, you got tender, and 2,500, 5 here, 5 here, now 5, and 25, and 2,500, and 2,500, 550, and 25 and a half here, 5 and a half here, Garrison, 2,500, Garrison. Both of them are 4 year old, they're 7 months bred, 1,500. 15 and a half, 15 and a half, half and a half, go to 1,000, 1,000, 1,100, and 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 11, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 14, 1,500, and 15, 16, and 16, 17, 17, 17, 18, 18 online, go to 1,800, and 17, 18, 1,800, 18 gave 1,800, 18, showtime, 1,700. Six by 7 and or 5 by 7 and 6 by 6, yes. 2,000, 2,100, and 2,100, 2,100, now one, another one, another one, 2,100, now one, and 2,100, and 2,100, 2,122, and 23, 4, and 24, 23, 24, 23, 24, and 23, 24, 5, and 2,500, out of line, 25, and 2,500, 5 here, 5 here, 25, and 2,500, 5 here, sold them 2,400, done. 44X. Familia. 6-year-old on one of them. Both of them 6-year-old. 25 and 25 and 25 and 25, 25, 2500, 750 and 27, 3000, 32 and a half, 3255 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 32 and a half, 33 and 33 4 and 33, 34, 33, 34 5 and 35 and 3500, 5 here, 5 here, now 5 and 3500 and 3500, 5 here, 5 here, you get so 3400. Done 44X. Gotcha. Make the last one's on 11. Okay. 25 and 2500 and 2500, 750 and 20, 7 and a half, 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 2750 and 27 and a half here, and a 3 and 3000 and 3000, 3000, 3000, 3001 and 31 2 and 32, 33, 33, 33, 34, 34, 34, 4 and 33, 4 5 and 35 6 and 35, going to be 6 7 and 37, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 9 and 39 and 3900 930, 930, good 9 and 3900 we're done. 3811. $25 and $2,500 and $2,500 $2,500. It's just way that little old yearling. Who give $2.50 on her? Yeah, you get $2.50, $2.60 on the cow. $2.50, $2.60, $2.70, $2.80, $2.90, $3, Jerry. $2.90 if you get 3, and Tone $2.90.
$1,500 for the calf.
Give $1,000 for that calf, Antone. I got it. 1,000. Yep, 1,100. 1,100. 1,100. 1,200. 1,300. 1,300. Tanner. 1,300. 1,300. Kelsey, what about you? Didn't even see you there. 1,300. Lewis, 1,200 on straight.
Yes. We pasture.
Older cow with a baby. 2,000. 2,100 and 2,100 21 now on and 2,100 and 2,100 2 and 2,100 2 what about you 2,200 2 and 21 and 22 3 and 23 22 3 1 2 and 21 2 2,200 now 3 23 Tanner 23 3 23 3 and 23 4 and 24 and 23 4 and 23 4 we're going to be 23 404 5 and 25 and 2,500 5 here 5 here so 2,400 Garrison. You want to keep them on a different pin, Tanner? Yeah, put it on Garrison 1. Keep them on a different pin. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, and 2, and 23, 3, and 4, 5, and 25, 600, and 26, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 26, 7, and 6, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 700, and 26, 7, 5-year-old, 27, and 27 here, 27, now 8 here, 8, 9, and 9, 3, and 3,000, 31, and 31, 2, 1, 2, 3, now 33, 4, and 34, 34, 34, 34, 35, and 3,500, and 34, 500, 5 here, now 5, and 3,500, 5 here, 5 here, done. 3,400, 11. Spots.
If it don't cost 20,000, he won't even look. That's scary.
They have mail.
This is pretty good bull cap, isn't it?
You got mail, cowboy? Coy got it.
I don't got it.
Oh, Clay. You have mail.
It ain't right. It's all screwed up. I don't have any idea. That should have been the split, right?
Time out.
Just put it in the back of that.
This is, this looks like a Schultz. I would just go. What's the tag? What's the tag say? Zuma?
The 5-year-old little crossbred cow.
What's her back tag?
5027. What's that tag?
Jeff walked up on his toes on the back end. I like the heck of that cow though. Zula.
3,000, 32 and a half, and 32.50, and 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 4,000, and 42 and a half, 4,500, 47.50, and 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47.50, and 47 and a half, 47.50, and 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47, going to be half, 47.50, sold her 4,500, Ricardo. Not a bit, 105, and 105, it'll get 5, 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 now 5 and 10, it's going to be 110, and 15, here 20, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, it'll get 30, now 5, 35, 35, 35, 35, now 5, and 35 here, 5 here, 35 here, sold 130, Cavex.
How many you got left?
About 30 of them.
Oh, good. All right. Take 30 odds.
Steer coming. Everybody's 6 foot tall.
6 foot. Taller than me.
How many hands is that?
80. Depends on who's measuring. Ah.
Is this him?
You're the horse expert.
So we sold the
Is this him?
Oh. Given?
125. 125, 30, and 25, it'll get 30, now 5, and 35, 40, it'll get 40, 35, 40, now 40, 35, 40, and 45, and you get 45, 45, 50, it'll get 50, 150, $1.50, it'll get 50, it'll get 50, 45, 50, 45, it'll get 50, 45, it'll get 50, 45, it'll get 50, Cavaniss 145, 3.
On heifers. 2.5, 290.
295.
No baby calves. That's all the slopes odds. Calf buyer.
No kiss. today, Kelsey. Yep. 120. 125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, it get 30, 5, it get 30, 5, it get 30, and 25, 30, and 25, it get 35, and 35, 35, 40, it get 40, it get 40, it get 40. Here's all 135 burns. You know everybody's kind, don't you? Dollar. 110 and $110 here. 110 here. Dan Wedman, what about you? $1.10. Okay. 120, 30, and 30, 40, and $1.40, going to be 50, going to be 60, going to be 70, 180, 190, $2 a pound, 210, 220, and 210, 20, and 210, 20, bit of a 210, 20, going to be 210, 20, and 210, 20, bit of a 210, 20, bit of a 20, going to be 20, bit of a 210, 20. Bob, you're out, 220. Burns, 210. Pretty good little heifer here, isn't she? She's 5 years. She's 6 months. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 2,120, now 1, and 2,100, 2, and 22, 3, and 4, 5, and 25, 6, 7, and 7, 800, and 27, going to be 28, now 9, and now 900, now 3, and 3,000, 3, and 1, and 31, 31, 32, and 31, 2, 1, 2, 2, sold 3,100. Cowboy on number 5. 135, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 45, here, 45, 50, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 65, and 65 here, 65 here, sold 160D, 3. Oh, $1.50. $1.55 and 55 here now 55 $1.55 and $1.55 here and 110 here 110 here 110 10 here 110 and $110 here 110 here 10 20 and 120 130 120 130 sold 120 Chris 17. Mm-hmm. 125 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, 30, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 40, 45, and 45, 45, 45, 2.5, and 49, 2.5, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, and 45, 5 here, cabinets, 142.5. Auto bid 105 and 105 here 105 5 105 105 105 105 105 10 and 10 here 110 here 105 going to be 10 105 and 10 and 10 here 110 here Chris 105 13. You feel that bad? You all right? You need a shot of Exceed or something? $105 and 105, 105, 50 cents a pound, 60, 80, $. What about 90? $5, 105. Chris, $1, 17. Chris, I hope you feel better in that steer. Y'all need to come hang out with me on the weekends. No,
don't feel that bad. I feel pretty good today. Now Friday.
$1.50. 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, $1.55 and 55, 60 and 55, 60 there, 55, going to be 60, Jerry, 155, 2.
Hello.
Cow jumped over the fence and the cowboy jumped back over the other side. Don't blame him.
250. 250, 60, and 250, 60, good to be 2.5, 60, good to be 2.5, good to be 2.5, good to be 250, 260, and 250, 250, 60, 70, 270, Jerry, 270, I got Antone in, 260, 270, Antone, 260. $1.05 and 105, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5 and 10, good to be 110, we get 15, good to be 20, we get 30, now 5, 40, and 45, and 45, 50, now 50, 155, and 55, 55, 55, I sold 150, Jerry, 2. $135 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, going to be 40, we get 2.5, 45, 7.5, now 50, now 2.5, 52.5, you get 2.5, 52.50, and 50, now 2.5, 5, and 55, 57.5, 57.5, 57.50, and 57.5 here, 57.5 here, 57.5, Cavernous, 155, 3. 6-year-old, 6 months, 2,100. Where'd she find that mud? 2,100, yeah, 2,100, we get 2, we get 2, now 3, now 4, 5, and 25, 2,600, and 6, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 800, 8 to buy, 2,800, and 28, and 27, go to be 8, now 9, and now 9, we get 900, we get 9, 3, and 2,000, we get 3,100, and 32, 1, 2, get 31, 2, 31, go to be 2, 3, 33, 4, 34, 5, 35, 6, 3,600, and 35,600, sold 3,500, Johnny Ellison.
Had some cows and calves just show up, so there might be more baby calves. That's what they tell me.
They just got here.
120, Bill, 125. 125 and 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25 and 32 and a half, 35, 37 and 37 and 37 and sold 135. Booker 12.
21. I was there once. Already. It tells we'll have to hear that tomorrow. There's one outstanding good cow. $1.50. 2.5. 52.5. 52.5. 5. 7.5. 60. 2.5. 5.
One more time.
Sold 162.5 S 5X. $125, yeah, 25, 30, and 25, we get 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, we get 40, we get 5, 45, 45, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and £60, 5, and 65, 70, 170, 170, both out, 170, and 70, 73, 170, sold 165, Booker 11. Well, I thought the 11s were done hours ago, Jonathan. Just doing what I'm told. Not a bit, 105, and 105, it'll get 5, 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 105, and 100 out of 5 here, good to be 5, it'll get 10, good to be 110, and 15, and 15, and 20, and 25, and 25, 30, it'll get 30, it'll get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 here, so 130 Cav X.
She a good one?
3-year-old, she's 8 months bred. Who'll give 1,500? 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, half and a half here, going to be 16, 17, 18, 18, give 19, and 19, and 19, 2. 2,100, 21, 21, 2. 21, 2, and 2,200, and 21, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, going to be 23, 3, 4, and 24, and 2,400, here, 4, here, 4, here, 4 here, Caleb, 2,300, undone, number 33. 10-year-old, she's 6 months bred, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, here, 21, 20, now 1, and 2,100, here, 1, here, 1, here, 2,100, and 2,100, here, 21, done, 2,000. 44. $2 she's open, $2. $2.10 and $2.10 here, $2.10, bit of a 10, good of a 10, bit of a 10, good of a 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, and 210, 20, and 210 and 15, good of a 10 and 15, 15, 20, and 220, 220, we get 225, and 225, 30, and 230, we get 30, 25, we get 30, 25, we get 30 here, Chris, 225, 7X. $135 and 35. You go about 35, 35, 35, 37, 50, and 30, 57, going to be 30, 57, going to be 37, 40, 2.5, 45, and 45, 47, 47, 50, $1.50, 2.5, going to be 2.5, going to get 2.5, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, cabinets, 152.5. $125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, we get 30, 25, we get 30, 25, we get 35, 35, 35, we get 40, we get 50, going to be 60, going to be 70, going to be 80, 80, 90, and 90 now 2, and 90, we get 2, 92, now 5, and 205 here, 10, 2, 10, 2, 10, 15, and 15 here, 250, we get 15, and 15, 20, and 220, bit of 25, and 225 here, 30, and 230 here, 5, we get 30, 5, we get 30 here, 225, we get 30, done, 225, 22. 135 and 35, you go about 35, 35, 37, 50, and 37, 42 and a half, 45, 47, 47, 50, Jonathan, and now 2.5, and 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, here, so 150, Booker, 21. $135 and 35. You go about 35, 35, 37, 50, now 40, now 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47, 50, and 40, 57 and a half, going to be 47 and a half, 47 and a half here, so 145 cabinets, 3. 125 and 25 and 25, 25, 25, 30 and 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, now 30 and 25, 30, 30, 31, 25, going to be 125, going to be 125, 30, 125, 30, cabinets, 125X.
Already had to call a guy this morning. They weighed 1,400 at $1.60 last Wednesday. I said, don't get them so damn big. I mean, they weigh 1,400. Yeah. There's just two head.
8 and 5 triple layers.
10 by 5. 120. 125 and 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 5 here, going to be 125 and now 30, going to be 35, going to be 35, 40, going to be 140, both out, 145, 145, 145, 145, so at 140, calf straight.
What are you holding up?
9 by 6. Dollar. 105 and 105, 5, and 10, 20, 30, 130, 130, 120, 130, 40, 140, 150, and $1.50, 60, and 70, 80, 170, give 80, and 70, 80, 90, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, here's sold 180, Lewis 1. 3.
Lewis 3.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. It'll be good tomorrow. But on the mill, it's still we'll make that better.
Dollar. 105. Oh, she is? Well, I guess it don't matter. Well, they look like that. 4 by 3. Dollar. 110 and 110 here, 110, 110, 110 here, 10, 20, 30, 120, 30, 140, 140, 140 there, 140, 50, $1.50, 60, $1.70, $1.80, $1.90, 180, give 90, Cowboy, 180.
She looked high.
There's her mom. Dollar. 105 and 105, 5 here, 5 here, going to be 105 and 105 here, cabinets, $1X. $125 and 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 5 here, 5 and 30 and 25, 30 and 25, 35 and 35, 35, 40, 40, 40, 35, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, now 5 and 45, 45 here, so 140, Jerry 2.
Where does Rowdy go on Wednesdays? You got another job? He doesn't get time cards and he's never here on Wednesday.
Been stitched up in the back. $1.50. $1.55 and 55, you give 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you give 155, 155, 155, 60, 165, 165, and 65 here, 5, 55, 165, sold 160, Ricardo.
Hello.
10 years and 7 months, 2000. 2100 and 2100 here, 21, 21, 21, 2 and 23, 3 and 23, 4 and 4, 5 and 25, 6 and 2600 here, 5, 6, 7 and 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 7 here, 2700 and 2700 and 27 and 2700 sold, 2600 done, 44.
See about coming next Monday afternoon. I want to have another camera going out of the room.
Go by, I see us. They can't wait that
Yes,
night.
sir.
Open it.
Brad, dollar. Worse than that.
Okay.
What will you give, John?
As long as we got that, we're better.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50,
We kind of plan on coming next Monday.
45,
That'd be
50, 50. S 45, 2X.
okay.
That you got to see her hair. She's got it everywhere.
Way to go, Antone.
To me.
8 by 5 plus 2,000. 2,100 and 2,100, 21, 21, 220, 3, and 23, 23, 4, 5, and 25, and 2,500, 5 here, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 2,500, 5 here, 5 here, sold her 2,400. Ricardo, 2,400.
Ricardo.
10 years and she's 7 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 21, 20, now 1, and 2,100, 1, 9, 21, 21, 21, and 2,100, Lewis, 2,000 on number 1.
Lewis won.
You got it everywhere.
9-year-old, 6 months bred, 1,500. 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, half here, half and a half here, going to be 1550, and 15 and a half here, half here, 1,600, and 16 and a half here, a bit of a half here, going to be 1,650, and 16 and a half here, cowboy, 1,600.
And Matthew.
Four years and 4 months, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, and 21, 21, 92, and 23, and 23, 4, 5, and 25, 25, 2,500, 5 here, 24, now 5, now 6, and 2,600, and 25, 600, 5, going to be 26, and 45, 2,600, 5, going to be 6, 7, 27, you almost had her, 27, 27, cowboy, 2,600 on 5. $3. 305 and 305 now 5 here 5 5 305 and 305 here 250 60 and 250 60 going to be 2 at a hand 260 270 280 and 275 80 280 280 280 280 and 75 going to 280 here Jerry 275 3.
We're about done.
Antone, how many got left?
Sold 30 an hour ago. Probably.
$2.
Oh, she got it. That just mud.
Big ankle on that right rear. Yep. $1. 110 and 110 here 110 here 110 now 10 here 110 and 110 here 110 10 10 20 and 10 20 30 30 30 30 going to be 20 30 30 20 30 40 and 140 and $40 50 here 150 and 50 10 50 here 140 50 50 50 50 here 140 2x. Bill, what you doing? Just cruising by? Just passing through. It's good seeing you guys. 135 and 35. You go about 35, 35, 37, 50 and 37 of hand, 37 of a 40, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 47 of hand, 47, 50 and 40, 57 and a half, 50 and 2 and a half, go to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 and 55 here, 5, 55 and 55 here, Booker, 152 and a half, 21. 135 and 35. You give out 40 and 45, 45, 50, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 2 and a half and 52 and a half, 2 and a half, bit of a 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 2 and a half here, 52 and a half. Cabinet, 150 on 3. How old? 3-year-old cow, 250. 250 and 250, 60 and 2 and a half and 2 and a half, 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 250 and 250, 250, 250, 250, $2. 210, 210, 220, 230, 240. Done. 230, 22. Not Kansas City. Yeah. Yeah, he does. Give $2. 210 and 210 and 210 20 and 210 20. Going to be 220 now. 30 230. See you, Bill. 230 and 220 30 220 30 220 30. So 220 done. 22. Two ten and 210 20. Even get 210 20. Even get 210 20. Even get 210 20 and 210 20. Bit of a 210 20 220 30 and 230 40. Even get 40. Even get 40. Even get 40. Jerry out. 235 235 40 240 230 40 50 245 245 here. So 240 Chris 7X. Look, 35 and 35. You go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and then 45, 45, 45, 2 and a half, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47, 50, now 50, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 5, you get 55, 55 here, 55 here, so 152 and a half, Jerry 2.
One time, you know Woods for Ninen?
Yeah.
They used to be when the Northwest, they got a older guy, one mustache and real cowboy. You probably remember that guy.
Probably.
125 and 25. You get 25, 25, 30 and 25, 30, 5, you get 30, 5, you get 30, now 5 and 35, 35, 40, you get 40, you get 45 and 45, 45, 2 and a half and 42 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 42 and a half, 45, 750 and 47 and a half, Jerry, and 47 and a half here, Booker, 145, 12.
They always wear a big old cowboy hat and black coat and white shirts, real shiny everywhere. And one day, just a cow right there, just one looking that away, and Woods is like right here. You got a big old stick like this, and the cow poop the same time, and the cow keeps. So you see the shit and the straw right straight to the mouth, right into the action. Why real fresh? The guy always said, he said, well, at least it's still clean, they could never touch the ground.
135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 40 and 35, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 50, 50, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 60 both out 5 and 65 here, 5 here, D, 160 on 3.
Yeah, they said, well, at least it's still clean. They said they never touch the ground.
The stick?
Right over here, boom. They go,
Oh,
Daughter, 105, and 105, 85, 85, 85, and 10, here, 110, and 15, here, 115, 20, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 25, here, 5, here, 5, here, cabinets, 123, no X. $0.50 a pound, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, could be 70, 55, could be 80, 55, could be 90, 55, dollar, 5, 105, 105, and 10, here, 110, 15, 115, 20, 125, and 25 here, 9, 25, could be 125, Dale, you're out, 125, 30, 5, 40, 5, 50, 5, $1.60. Sold 155, Winter Creek. Oh, what about her? 75. 75, 80, and 75, give 80, 80, give 80, 75, 85, 85, 85, and 90, 95, and 95, a dollar, 5, could be 105, could be 110, 110, hit 10, here, 110, here, where you been, Colt, 110, and 10, here, 110, here, 10, here, S, 105, 1. Huh? What have you been doing? What's it look for me?
You're above my pay grade.
Who is it? Somebody else.
125, hit 25, you give 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, and 30, 25, 30 here, cabinets 125X.
Brought these 30 cows we had, 90 of them. Well, how big's this trailer?
It was huge. It was semi trailer.
I got a broke kid. Huh? No, I got it.
We didn't pass.
No, 250. 255 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255 and 55 here, 255 here, 60, we get 260, we get 270, we get 280, we get 290, 80, 90, 80, 90, now 3, and 90, we get 3, 90, we get 3, 90, we get 3, 90, we get 3, 90, we get 3 here, so about 290, Chris, 7X. Rob, sure like to get you one on $1.50. $1.55. You want to do it? Anybody else want to give $1.55? Jerry? Sold 150. Chris, 10. Which ones? Hope so. I hope so. Jerry, I thought you might get one cow looks like that, put her in that lot and say, all right, you other cows look like her in 90 days. That's what you're supposed to look like. You don't think they'll listen to you? Oh, 125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, 35, 35, 40, 140, 140, 140, 140, and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40 here, cabinets 135, 10X. That it? You all right?
I hate when that happens.
That it, Antone? You don't see nothing? All right. You guys have a good afternoon. We'll see some of y'all back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the a.m. Y'all have a good day. You gonna
job, Lid? You got to finish the job.
I did.
Yell at them.
I'm gonna go to Walmart and be like this place.
Yes. You need to. Make sure they go to the 4 alley. Make sure they go to the